Hello guys, welcome back. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine 5.2.1 today. I'm doing some work on a group project for university. It's basically a take on Space Invaders. And I'm just going to be doing three things today. The first is I want to sort the environment. So the last Unreal stream I did, I was working on an array which spawned their enemies. Got the movement. Took me a while, but I got there. We have the player shooting a projectile. So today's work is going to be sorting out the environment at the base of the game. So this is going to be, I've got some models to work with. So I've not got the whole batch yet, but we've got enough there to work with. So I can just flesh it out, add a bit of colour. Second is going to be finishing the sound and music settings on the menu. And that's going to involve a save file, so the user can do all their settings and save it to files, so the next time they load the game it will remember those. And the last thing, I want to do two power-ups. Our game's going to be having two power-ups, and essentially I think there's about 9 or 10 in total, but I'm going to be programming a bomb and a multi-shot power-up. So quite excited to do those. So I thought first things first, it'd be nice to give you a recap of where the game's at the moment. So we've got this nice narrative introduction, quite short and simple. These buttons are placeholders, they're not how it's going to finally look. This was just for getting functionality in place. Okay, so this is the main menu. The high score hasn't been done yet. I need to program that. I've done scores on other games. I've not done a high score as such where it might have 3 to 5 different names. So I need to look into the best way to handle that. This is the settings. So you can click between the tabs. The controls basically just show how to play the game. So these little squares here are going to be replaced with little icons showing, what things to kill, what things to pick up. So this, again, it's not how, don't worry, it's not how it's going to finally look. Systems, this is the bit I'm going to be working on today. This section here is already done with the graphics and resolution. The audio settings is going to be programmed, so I'm looking forward to getting that done, and then I can wrap this section up. And this is the game at the moment, so something that needs to be sorted as well with this part is the enemies being destroyed, because at the moment they're not being cleared from the array when they're killed. So if you kill a certain amount after a certain while, game performance drops and you get a bit of frame rate lag. So I believe that is because the array hasn't been finished. It's my first time working with them, to be fair, so go easy on me, guys. So yeah, let's jump into game. So if I just bring up the map for the top down, the main area, this is where I'm going to be fleshing out. So if I just shrink those, you can see at the moment I've put in the fence model we have. So I'm going to be putting in a landscape layer. It's going to give it like a very basic colour. This game's low poly, it's not meant to be high detail, so we're going to keep it simple, keep it plain. So yeah, I'm going for like a green colour on the base. Might change it slightly actually to fit the theme of the game, because it's meant to be like a bit gothic, a bit dark. So I just need to quickly sort out some of the models in here. So right, just bear with me 1 second. So this one is that one. Okay. So can I hide? I've forgotten how to. Okay, right. So that material. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. If I just do my I made a transparency material. Nope. There we go. Okay. So blessed. Right. So sorry, just gonna have to bear with me while I just sort this out. I've got a lot of things here. Oh, that's the trail. What is that one? That's the glow. Okay, so that's our magic projectile. What I can actually quickly do is I can go into the blueprint for the projectile. And I can put in this. Holy shit, that's huge. Holy shit, that's huge. Oh my god. That's enormous. Wow. Let's scale that down. Jesus Christ. Hold on, why has that just gone? Right, so I need to find a direction. So what? X, hold on. Let me go back to here. Right, so red, right, so we need red, the direction of red, so we need it pointing the other way, okay. So red, so that would be, I believe, yeah, do 90 on that. We'll just quickly test that, just make sure I've got the direction right. Yes, I have, perfect. Okay, ignore that blueprint error. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move that. Let's make sure that is dead center with that, isn't it? Pretty much. I think I can make that a little bit bigger. That's good. I don't mind the trail. Right, so the collision is correct. It's, if I just get rid of the sphere was a placeholder. So I'm going to shrink that collision sphere, guys. Where's my vape? Right, why is that? We want the sphere. 25. Let's go 30. No. Whoa! I did just say 25, not 255. Right, let's move that. That's pretty much on point, isn't it, guys? Right, location. If we do -9. Okay, let's try -11. Perfect. It's on the tip. You see that? There we go. It's on the tip. Perfect. I'm happy with that. Looks good. Let's test it out, guys. Okay. So it looks good. It would be nice to, well, obviously give it a trailing effect with Niagara system. I mean, it might be cool to actually kind of have it rotating, because you kind of want to rotate the component, because if you look on the model, it has these like spirally tails to it. So what we could do, if we just save, and if I get this, the rotation, no. Okay, so it's the y-axis. We could have that rotating. You see that movement, guys? We can give that a little bit of a spin, a little bit of life. Why is that changing, though? I think it's because in the game... We can play around with that. Let me just... event graph, a vector begin overlap. That's has projectile fired. Projectile fired. That's from top down character. Has projectile filed. Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to add. We'll get an on tick. Okay. Oh, event tick. There we go. And if we get that component, the player projectile, we want to set rotation. Adds a delta, the rotation of the component. Okay. Let's just see what happens if we do this. Let's just test it. Add Relative rotation. Rotate. Let's try rotate. What was the... I had a thing in another project. I think it was a movement. I think it might have been... Perfect. Rotating movement. Okay, so how do I... Oh, hold on. Rotating movement. Rotating component. Rotation. Auto update tick. Right, let's rotation rate. How fast to update? I think if I just go 1.8, we'll see how this looks. Whoa! Oh, dude. Did you see that? It was kind of... Oh, that was weird. Right, let's try this one. There we go. Can you see that, guys? It's a bit hard to see because of the transparency, but you can see it's twirling around there. Look at that. Beautiful. Now what we can do, we can speed that up. If I do 360 and get rid of that, let's try that again, baby. It should go faster now. Do you see that? That is cool. That's really, really cool. I like that as it's rotating, you can see the trail ends. That's so cool. That's awesome. Gives a bit of life to it instead of it just being a model moving through the game space, you know. Let's have a look at the things on here. I don't think we really need to do anything else to that. I mean, I'm happy with that. Okay, so what I need to do is I just need to sort out the models, because we've got quite a lot of models here and quite a lot of materials. So let's sort this one out. So material 2. Okay. Alright, so in here I'm going to drag that bit onto there, that bit onto there, that bit onto there. I'll just double check that. There we go. Save that. Yep. Okay, so material 10. I just need to make sure I'm getting the naming just right for these. What's this one? Material 10. Material 10. I'm going to call this material grass. There we go. If I delete that, will it say? So at the moment, that's correct. There's nothing else green using that, so if I just get rid of that one. It's just all about keeping the project nice and organised. Right, the rocks. Material 5, material 7. Okay. So I'm going to call this 5 and 7. So 5. I'll call this M rock 1. Copy that, and then we'll rename this one to 2. There we go. So now those two have the correct texture. Shovel. Oh, bear with me, guys. That's fine, mate. Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. Cheers, dude.
What's your name?
Mike.
We'll have to go there, pick it up. Thanks, mate.
No worries. Have a nice day. Okay, right, where were we? Sorry, just had a delivery. Right, so we need to give the handle bark, and then we need a silver for the shovel. So at the moment, that has the name of 001. If I just delete that, what's been used? Okay, I'm going to make a material for the shovel. Material, we're going to call this M underscore shovel metal, because it's metallic. Okay, so right, so we need to get a like a silvery colour, base colour, and then we need the metallic, so I think it was that, and then if I make that 1, there we go. So if I save that, and then if I go back to the shovel, I can click on here and do shovel. There we go. Perfect. Nice and easy, guys. We have some nice metallic handle, easy as pie. That's the shovel done. Tree. That's the tree. So the bomb one's done, isn't it? Got the bomb body, vial, fuse. Right, so I've got the cork there. Material 11. Is there a material 11 in here? Yeah, there is. Right, if I call this, I'm going to call this M underscore cork, because it's a cork colour, and a cork's normally like a bit of a, it's normally like a bit like that, really. So if I go to the potion, if I put in cork, oh, not cork, cork. It's a bit too yellow, isn't it? I think it's more like that colour. Didn't really look like, like it did too much of a change. That's better, isn't it? That kind of looks corkish. Does that look like a cork? Okay, so that's the cork. We've got the transparency, so we need to do the material. So that's number 10. It's not in there, so this is in here. So I'm going to call this, what's this one for? Blessed. I'm going to call this M_blessed because that is associated to that. So if I put that in there, move there, and then we go into the blessed, and can't remember. I think it was the roughness. Oh wow. Okay. Whoa. That has got a very fluidy looking. You can't really see it because it's inside the vial. But you can see where we're moving around. It does have some kind of reflective properties to it. I might change on the transparency. I might just change that. Let's try 0.5. Okay, maybe we should try 0.1. That looks better. Can I make that even lower? Can I go for like 0.05? Apply, save. Oh, you can barely see it there. It's a bit ethereal. Or ethereal. Ethereal? Right, 0.10's a good one. 0.10's good. That's good. Okay, 0.10 for the transparency. Blessed and cork. So blessed and cork are in there. So that is the blessed one done. So I'm just wondering, where is the bone? Bone doesn't have a material. So if I go in here, what is this related to? If I try and delete that, 2 references. Material 1. I don't really know what that's linked to at the moment. There's a lot of materials. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of these ones. We'll just make a new one. Oh my god. Of course, bone. And it needs to be white. Apply that into the base color. Job done. Apply. And then if we go to the bone and do, just put in bone, there we go. There's your bone. Throw the dog a bone. Okay. That's the bone done. So I can just double click on that and see it's all there. I know I've got a lot of tabs open here, guys. Okay, so is that one? Oh, okay, that's been used for that. Okay, not a problem. Right, so the blue potion is going to have a blue vial, so I'm just going to call that M_blue potion. Put that in there, so blessed potion, blue potion. Actually, it might be better. Welcome. Oh, thanks for the spam view, Tinted. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Alright, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to place blessed at the end, guys. Same for this one. So this is going to be m_potion_blue. Just so that they're all kept together like the potions. So at a glance you can see what it's related to. Okay, so this material, I believe, is going to be the transparency that I made. I might actually rename that to vial body, just because it's a bit long. Save. Okay, so we have the vial, the cork. That material can change to cork. Why do I keep spelling cork? C-O-R-C-K. There we go. It's a bit golden. I can always change that if it doesn't look too good. Right, if we go into here and we do... Hold on. What was the... Blessed. That's what we need to do. So copy that parameter, plug it into the roughness. Roughness. There we go. Apply, save, close that, and there we have it. You can see that reflectiveness on the potion there. So if I was to rotate this file when it's in the pickup, that is the beauty we're going to see. So we've got the vial body, potion blue, and the cork. So that is static mesh blue potion done. Models, materials, tree. The tree's got the bark that I did. Okay, so that's the blue potion. So the blessed potion is done. Blessed potion's done. The blue potion is done. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a folder, keep this organised, and we're going to models. We're going to call this. I'm going to call this power ups or pickups. Okay. So these are pickups. So these ones can go in the pickups folder. The bomb is also a pickup. So bomb body, vial, and fuse. You know what? I'm actually going to give the bomb vial the that as well, because it was meant to kind of be a bit fluid. Like you can't really see it, but you can see in the material that it does have a bit of reflectiveness to it. Okay, so the bomb is also a pickup. Model, so assets, models, pickups. So we've got 2 vials there. I'm going to create a folder called fences, and we're going to move these beauties into the fence folder, and then I'm going to make a folder called projectiles, because we're going to have enemy projectiles and player projectile. I've already linked up all of those there. Not happy with the 0.56, so let's copy that. Let's just do 0.2. I feel like that needs to be more like. It was just a bit too transparent, and it got a little bit lost in the environment. I feel the same might be for the trail, potentially. Ah, 0.12. Go for 0.4. Okay. Get that. Right, so that one is all linked up, so I can place that one in the projectiles folder. Rocks. I have rock 1, rock 2. Okay, so those are, I'm just making sure the materials are all linked up, guys. So these will go in the rocks folder. Oh, that's for the fence, isn't it? Okay, so these are all the ones I've named. And then this, I think, was for the fence. Yeah. That looks the exact same. Where's the hex code on that? Let me just check the hex code. So material 2 is that, and then so the hex code is ever so slightly different, but if they are all the same, whoa. There is a lot of textures here. That's related to that one. I'm not deleting it, I'm just seeing what it's linked to, guys. Okay, you know what? Those ones can... So the fence model... I'm just going to add this to the list of the fence material. Needs renaming and organising. Just a little job. I always make down jobs to do. It's all about keeping things nice and tidy. Okay. Right, the bone. I'll go to a new folder for MISC. Environment. So I mean, technically the rocks are part of the environment. They're not interactable, they're just for looks. So if I put the rocks in the environment and then the fences would go in the environment too, the materials folder will stay there. Pickups. I'm going to give that a underscore so it sits at the front of the project. Pickups, environment. Make a new folder called bones. Actually, let's just call it props. And I'll move that into props. There we go. Nothing in there now. Get rid of that. Yep. So the environment, we have fences, rocks, props. So the shovel would go into the props. Oh, hold on, let me just double check. Bark and shovel metal, yep. So the shovel metal, that will go in the props because it's a decorative thing for the environment. Okay. Tree, so if I make a folder for trees, because I think we're going to have a few variations. And it's just got the bark texture there. So if I drag that into trees, and then all I need to do, oh, grass as well. Go up one. Grass has the grass material, so that can go in the grass folder under the environment. File body, cork top, And then this material is going to be, why is that strange? Blessed was meant to be golden. 1 second, guys. This one's supposed to go in there. Green potion. No, sorry, apologies. Hold on. This is the green potion. So if I maybe get this one, if I maybe rename this material 13 to M underscore. Tell you what, let's make, so that's material potion blessed. If I just rename that to green, so green potions there. I might actually change that colour so it's more green. There we go. Right, potion green there. And if I copy this and label that as blessed, go into that. And if we change the colour of this to kind of like a golden, kind of like that kind of colour maybe, saturate that a bit more, bring it down so it's kind of golden, apply, save, and then if I go on to, if I just save all, so we have blue, green and blessed, come out of there, go on to green potion, hold on. Right, the green potion has potion green, var body and cork. So this can go into the pickups folder. And then on the blessed potion, if I just change that material to be the blessed potion body. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so we have blessed, blue, green. And then this is a purple colour, so that's the kind of colour you want to go with. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to rename that one to M underscore potion purple. I'm going to move it into the materials folder, and then I'm going to go on here, copy that parameter that plugs into the roughness. There we go, and we have our kind of fluid looking like material. M potion purple, go on this, and if we just, perfect, it's already got that done. So the cork, so this will be cork, and then this will be vial. Boom, job done. Excellent. So vial body, the cork, and potion purple. So now that can go in the pickups folder, and all of these materials I should be able to get rid of. Perfect. Job done. That's all nice and tidy now, guys. One job out of the way. Didn't take too long. So now it's nice and organised. So if I come up here, we have models. I'm actually going to call this static meshes. Oh, hold on a minute. I didn't want to copy it. What's going on there? Hold on a minute. Give me 1 sec, guys. I don't know why. Hopefully bear with, mate. No idea why the you saw what I did there. I literally renamed it and then it almost duplicated it. It literally did duplicate itself. I've just closed the project, deleted it within the folder structure. Hopefully. So top down, assets, models. I'm just going to leave it as models because... Oh, for fuck's sake. Now they're not there. Oh my god. Bear with me, guys. Right. Try again, shall we? Fingers crossed. You have to be careful when you're deleting stuff in a project because little things like this can happen. Top down, assets, static meshes. There we go. Jesus Christ. Hold on a minute. Bear with me, guys. Right, I'm going to save that, close that. Save, it's going to create the asset thing, so 6, yeah. I'm just checking in my folder offline, guys. So 12 times 2, 24, yep, right, everything's there. I just wanted to rename the folder static meshes because it's kind of what they are. Can we give that an underscore? Okay, right. No more deleting stuff. It's making me very anxious. Okay. Dude. Where are all the fences? Is that a joke? Have I seriously got to do that whole environment to get bro? Oh my god. They're still here. What? So, but oh my god, right. So, I'm glad they're still there, so I don't need to do that all again. Right. Oh, making me anxious. Right. So all I need to do is. Oh, fucking hell. What a pain in the ass. Right, well, I know that these posts are... I know that these posts are the corner gate posts. There should have been one on there to say fence corner, I'm hoping. There should have been another two. Why is there no more corner? There should have been another corner. Fence corner. Right, I need to make this more organised. Let's make... why can't I have the option to just do a new folder? New folder, there we go. Call this boundaries. There we go. And then if I do that, that gets rid of those up the top. Okay. Right, so the corner is there. SM corner, and then we have the panels. This is where it's getting a tiny bit confusing for me. Because I renamed that folder, it's essentially left all the actors in place, but I need to relink them up. However, as you can see, there is a ton. There is a ton of... so, hold on. 1 second. Right, if I shrink that, so we have the left gate there. Do the left gate, so left gate goes in there. And then gate post. Right, the gate posts. We can get all of those and do the gate posts, which was gate post. There we go. Oh, I see what's happened. So it's this one here And this one here I need to replace with the corner. There we go. There we go. That looks a little bit odd, doesn't it, actually? It's kind of more like this should have been the corner. Yeah, it would make sense to have the tall ones in the corner and this one in the middle. Let's just reconnect the thingies. So if I create a new folder and just call it fencing, just call it fence, right? And then let me just check that model. Yeah, it kind of is like this should be the middle section because it doesn't look right. Let's get the left gate that I've put in. So we've got the left there and there. Oh, that's annoying. I should be able to move. There we go. Move to fence. There we go. So that's in the fences, and then the right and the right. If I move this up here and that gets that mesh, there we go. So we have the right gate and the right gate, and we'll move those to fence, and then right, so the posts. Yeah, I do feel like they need to. I think what I need to do is get the all the panels. If I just get the panels sorted, so they're all panels. So if we do panel 1, there we go. Okay, and then if I just hold on. Right, they're all panel 1. So if I swapped out the middle section for panel 2, I know this is going to take a tiny while, guys, but this is my fault for being a numpty and renaming. All I did was rename a folder, trying to organise everything, and then it creates this chaos. Lesson to be learnt there, guys. Be very careful in your project if you are ever renaming or moving or even deleting things. Be careful, or else you have to do this thing that I'm doing at the moment, just fixing. It's not taking too much time. I'll find it a little bit relaxing, so it's all good. Okay, so what we have there, we have the middle section. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to press my space bar. I'm going to swap those with panel 2. So we've got a bit of a variation there now. So all the middle section is different, and then the left and the right are the same. Yeah. So it just creates a little bit of a variation there. All right. So now I can actually organize this. I can actually create a subfolder and call it gates. Yeah. So then I can actually just turn those off if I wanted to. Alright, so now we're going to add, I'm going to leave those 2 corners. Oh, actually, if I get the posts. So I'm going to get those posts and move to fence. And we're going to create a subfolder called center posts. I'm going to call it posts middle. Actually, you know what? Center. Right, and I'm going to take off that one, and that's this one. So these would go on the center posts, and then the corner will go to, so we've got center posts and then another subfolder called corner. Okay, so we have center posts and corner posts. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to call that 3 and call that one 4. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to select these corner posts. I'm actually going to go down here. I'm going to give those 4 corner posts the actual big corner posts. Hold on. That. And then I'm going to go back up here in my center posts, and we are going to give that one the corner and see how it looks. That is much better. That is so much better. That's better, isn't it, guys? Tall corner posts, small middle section posts. That looks so much better. Actually, we're going to make these 2 tall because they need to be tall. Alright, so I'm going to give those ones the gate posts. There we go. That looks perfect. I'm very happy with that. Fantastico. Perfect. And then if I just go back to the outliner, I've got the panels, haven't I? So panels. Have I not got a folder for panels? Create subfolder panels. So if I select all of the panels and then move to panels. There we go. Look at how nice and organised that is now. So if I turn off that, I hide all of the fencing. I can isolate the gates. You see that? I can isolate the gates if I want to. I can isolate the panels. I can isolate the posts. Just makes everything nice and organised, guys. Okay. Right. Now that everything is nice and beautifully organised, I'm going to add in the landscape layer. So at the moment, when you're in the game, that's kind of what we'll have. Now, I can always expand that graveyard if I want to. It's basically a graveyard. So what I want to do, essentially, we kind of want to have just like terrain around here, maybe some hills, The opacity of those panels, that's going to be UI, so the player won't see what's behind there. So all I need to do is make sure the landscape is basically in line with the UI. So what we can do, we can temporarily place something just as a visual reference for how big to make the how big to make the what's it. So if I just go down here, make the scale of that say 5. Okay, so that's completely out of the UI there, so I can bring that back a little bit. And a little bit more. Okay. Right, so there is a good spot. You see where I've got it there, guys? Okay, so on the Y, if I set it to minus 4400, and then we can do a little bit of maths here. Very, very quick and simple. What I'm going to do, we're just going to look at this, which is 18 minus 1870. We get the distance of the other Y. So if I do 4400 minus 1870, that distance is 2530 apart. So all I need to do now, guys, is duplicate that, click on the fence panel over here, get the Y, which is 5060. Oi, sorry guys, I just realised what I've done. It's because my hotkeys are, I use my number pad not only for the hotkeys but maths in general. Okay, so we know 5060 is the position of that, so we get the 5060 and then we add 2530 to that, and then this is going to be perfectly spaced apart. We click on there, we click on the Y and we say 7590, and there we have it, and we can track that. Look at that. That is spaced apart almost perfectly. You've got to bear in mind there's a weird kind of warping with the lens, the camera lens, but that's roughly where our edge is. So what we now need to do is have another one, and the whole reason I'm doing this, guys, it's for it's not really for the scale, it's just knowing how big I need to make the landscape. That's why we're doing this. So this block is to reference where the player is at. Okay, so we can't see it there, so let's bring it down a bit. Okay, so it needs to go about there, I think. Perfect. Okay, so those blocks, if I just press that again, and then if we do one more, can't see that one. If I bring it forward a bit, I'll probably see that. Okay. There we go. So we can't see that fourth block, sorry. So now that we've got the blocks in place, we know how big the landscape needs to be. So what I'm going to do, it's been a while since I've done this. Okay. Nervous. Okay, so we go to landscape, and if I just make this a little bit bigger, you see it needs to be nowhere near that big. That actually looks pretty decent, 2 by 2. That's too big. I do feel like it needs to... Oh, there we go. So what I can actually do, I can set one of these to top, so I can actually see... You see that, guys? So on this viewport 3, I can actually see... oh, that's weird. Okay. So I think that block was the player. So if I... About there. That looks good. And then what we need to do in this viewport, we just need to... Is that in level with the... And if I go create, there we have it. And then if I go back to selection mode, I can delete that, delete that, delete that. Boom! There we have it, guys. So if I just go big, that should cover the whole area, and it does. Now you can see on the UI, on the left and the right, you see what I was saying about the UI panels. This kind of semi-transparent, opaque UI is going to cover that section of the game. Like the array has been programmed to move just there. So yeah, what we're going to do is just basically flesh it out, really. So this block, I'm just going to change for give it a colour. I'm just going to give it... That's the player. That's a funky ass block. Okay, right, so we're going to do some sculpting, baby. Brush size. Okay. Nice. Okay. So now we want to basically give it the grass color. So if I go to the landscape, paint, actually. Oh god, it's been ages since that mesh paint. I think it's mesh paint. We don't want to do that. I think it's textures. Oh god, it's been so long since I've done this. You want to paint the landscape? Oh my god. Bear with me, guys. It has been it's been quite a few months since I've done this. Hold on. Okay. Right, so we're going to open this up. I feel like that materials folder could probably be moved into there. It doesn't feel right that it's stuck in with the static meshes. So I'm going to... No, you know what? I'm going to leave that in there because that's associated... That's associated to the static meshes. I don't want to mess that up. Everything's organised. So instead, it's not really an asset. I'm going to do in here. I'm going to do a new folder called Materials Landscape. Details panel. Hmm. One second. Oh, hold on. Oh, I was doing it right. Okay, so we've added those on. So we've added the elements on the left there, guys. See, we've got grass, stone, and dirt. Oh, dude. Why did that just change? Hold on, why is that all changing? They're all separate. How come that is... There we go. Okay. Right, so now if I go up to here, paint tool, yeah. how do I add a layer? So we've got the layer there. Guys, it's been so long since I've done this. Landscape, paint, layers. Fuck, I can't remember how to do this. So we have the layers for the grass, the dirt, and that. We're in the landscape, paint, paint. This is so frustrating. Was it because I didn't do it as... I need to quickly just look this up on YouTube because I'm wasting time on this. And give me 1 second, guys. Bear with me. Right, just bear with me, guys. Holy shit, he did that fast. Alright, he's using Quixel Bridge. I don't want to use Quixel. Right. Okay, he's dragging all those in. Landscape blend. Yeah, done that. Yeah. Right. Are you joking? Right, he clicked on here. Oh my god. Right. That's the bit I missed. Click on the outliner. Landscape material right there. Jesus. There we go. Hold on. Where's all the work I did? Bro. I sculpted this area. What has happened, dude? No. Oh, you're joking. Right, we're going to give the top bit some stone. Uh, that's annoying. I'm wondering if I was to... I'm wondering if it's the reflection. Whoa! Oh, I like that. So point normal, is that how bright it is? Well, I don't even have a normal map, so... Make that 0.8. That actually makes the character. Oh no! Why is the character? No, no, no! What are you doing? Did I? Have I accidentally? I know what I've done. I think I've accidentally. I think I've accidentally deleted the platform the player was on. That's annoying. Let's just copy that. No, let's put in a plane. I must have accidentally... 1 second. If I copy that and paste that onto that, and then make that big. Arrow material. I'm going to call this player platform. Hold on, where's the player gone now? There we go. No, that's not right. There we go. Crisis averted. Jesus. My God. Oh, it does actually have a trail effect coming off of it. Can you see that, guys? There's like a blue trail. Okay, so I'm going to hide. Oh wait. Hidden in game. Actor hidden in game. Save, play. There we go. Excellent. Okay, so now... Oh, that needs a little bit of stone. Okay. Now, I didn't want to... I could put in some... I kind of didn't want to do too much with the... I don't have the tombstones yet for my artists. So, I didn't want to start doing the mounds without the head... The tombstones. I mean, we could... I can always undo what I've done. That's the thing. I can always flatten it. You know, there's these modes here for flatten, smooth, so I can always kind of redo it. Let me just check the props I've got. If I just go back to selection mode. What have we got? We've got the fence done. We've got a shovel. Let's put in some trees. I've only got one tree though. I've only got one tree. It would be nice to have a couple of variations. I mean, I can always just place them in around the outside, and then when we get some more, where am I going to put them? Oh, that was a bit too many. Too much. A bit too much, not too many. Right. I have 271. There we go. Right. Scale. Let's have the minimum as... See what 0.2 does. Uniform. You want to have the rotation on. That's the scaling. Placement, Z. Random yaw. Yeah, okay. Right, so 0.2. Let's have the density down to... Whoa! Let's try 50. Let's try 1. Scale X. That's too big, bro. Okay, so we can do the brush size is that. That's how big it is, and the paint density. If I put that at 8, oh, that's good. Okay, I'll put the brush size down. It actually might be a little bit easier. Can I do this from here? No. Let's do this to front, back, right, left, right. If I just get directly above, I can just do that. Yeah. Just like that. Put some around the grassy sections. There we go. So they're all different heights and stuff. And if we just see how that looks cool. Oh, that looks good. Nice. Bit of life, guys. That looks good. We can always, I can always undo this as well, guys. Like I can like erase. I can erase stuff if I want, like just like I am doing here. Can always be undone. Really, really, really cool. The painting. So I'm just wondering, like I could, if I got bird's eye view, I could quickly like paint the path. So we could have like landscape paint, get the dirt, and then if I did like, I don't know, a path going straight down the middle, and then we could have like a path kind of going this way. And then down and across. It's not perfect, but, and then essentially you can have like the graves like jotted around here. Yeah, because we'd have the tombstones. Like I can always undo this. Like look, if I go on the grass, I can set my brush size and I can just undo what I just did if I'm not happy with it. So you know, it's really easy to undo stuff in the in this window. I think I need to do the brush strength. If I set the brush strength to 1, oh, there we go. So if I have one... Oh my god, I can't draw straight. Why can't I? Need a stylus. That's so annoying. That's roughly straight, isn't it? And then I feel that's too long. That's too big for like a trodden path. So I'm going to go 150 on the brush size. Still not straight. Come on, Mike. There we go. That'll do. And then we go across here. If I start there and just go straight across. And same for here. Straight across. And then down. Oh. Down. No. Down. And down. No. Down. There we go. And then we can have like the grave, the tombs dotted around the edge. We've also got a mausoleum being made, so that will get placed in. So this is just temporary. It's just something we've so we can actually see something really. If I go back to my models, I mean, I could put some boulders on the mountain. Again, it's the same for the grass. I've only got that one asset at the moment. Don't really want to add the grass in just yet when I've only got one type. But again, I can undo all of this. So I'll tell you what. Let's sod it. Let's just add it in. Foliage. I did just drag that in. Right, so if I untick that, so let me just check the options. 50, is it the same for that one? So I need to change the scale and the density. So did they even get placed? Oh, I'm erasing. Whoops. Paint. There we go. Right, so if I do the scale down to, I don't know, 0.2, 0.4, see if that's too big. That's not too bad, actually. That's actually really good. It's a tiny bit big. Let's do 0.1, 0.3 on the scale. There we go. And then what I can do is I can increase the density to say maybe 125. Perfect. So we can add some grass to this area. There we go. I don't want to add any grass to the graveyard because we're going to have a load of tombstones and things in there. But if we just preview that, yeah, you can see so that's just one grass type. There's other ones being made, so I just have to do a quick print screen of that. There we go. So as you can see, the squishiness on the enemies needs to be sorted. That's something I need to sort out, but everything else is working awesome at the moment. Okay, I think that will do at the moment. I don't want to add in anything else. We've got the fences in. We've got some of the grass in. The bone and the shovel. That's. I think we're going to get some more bone assets. The shovel, we'll stick a couple of shovels in when we've done the tombstones. What I might do is add another landscape layer in here. So we've got like a really dark brown to represent like the tombs. Why do I keep calling them tomb? Oh, what do you call the bit where they dig the hole and put the body in? What do you call that? A plot, maybe? A plot? So, yeah, we'll get another one done for the plot. The rocks, I mean, I could put those around the mountainous type section. And like I say, when we've got some more trees, we can really pad that out. So, yeah. And like I say, guys, those blocks here were for references. I could probably get rid of those now, actually. Because that's roughly the edge, as you can see. And when we play the game, you can see that the edge of it is covered by the UI. So what the player can't see, we don't need to put anything there. So it's just a waste on system resources and things. Okay. Right, so I'm happy that I have sort the environment. I think I can tick that off because when I get more props, I will be able to sort that out. Right, so oh god, this is such a big job. We've got to do the music settings, guys. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to open up my other project. This is a bit of work. It's not daunting. It's just quite a lot of work. I think this project is going to open on the other window. Okay, right. So I've got my other project open. This is the other project, guys. Those of you that watched my stream last year would have remembered this. Really, I was really happy with that. I put so much time into this project. Really proud of it. Right, so I'm just going to open up okay, so I just need to refresh. So I had sound class music, sound class FX, sound class mix, sound class mix. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, did I not apply a thing to that? 1 second. Oh, it does. It does have the sound class SFX. Okay. Right, so we had... I'll tell you what we'll do. If I get the music... Oh, actually, hold on. I've got sound effects for music. If I go into content, top down, assets, sound effects, player, projectile. SFX projectile. And was that for the player? Enemy projectile. Okay, perfect. Right, so what we need to do, I'm going to add in, oh god, right, top down, the assets are here, so if I have, I'm just looking at my other project to make sure everything's nice and organised, so audio, so we need to have a folder for audio, and in here, we're going to do a sound class. Okay, and we're going to call this SC for sound class, and this is going to be SFX. Okay, and then if I just open up my other project and open that up, and just make sure that the settings are consistent across. So 20, is that 200 or 20,000? 200? No, it's 20,000. That. Speaker, center master reverb. Yeah, that is all good. Okay, so that's the SC sound effects. So that's the sound class. So what I need to do, I need to go into my audio assets and assign this as the sound class. So we go in here, and for each one, we're going to give it SC sound effects. Okay. Save. Right, and then what I can actually do to make this quicker, if I just copy that and then go back to assets. So that has SC sound effects. You see here on the class, we said SC sound effects. So I do this. I can close that landscape layer. So boss defeated is done. Go to button click. There we go. Done. SC sound effects class. Collecting. Done. Collecting power up. Enemy defeated. Done. Enemy projectile. Done. Player defeated. SFX projectile. SFX projectile hit. Receive damage. Special ability. Using a power up. Wave clear. All of those now have the sound class SFX applied. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so now if we go back to our top-down audio, we now need to make, I'm just going to get my other project open, in my first one I did, and we're just going to create the same one again, so same here. It's going to be just called SC Music, okay? So go to audio, class, and this is going to be SC underscore music. Okay, save all, and then we go down to our assets for the music. Now these, we've got a guy that's doing the music, but at the moment we haven't got it, so this is placeholder music. This is not going to be the final music, okay? It's just so I've got something in game as a kind of placeholder. Alright, so I'm just going to go back to my audio folder and copy that name so that when I'm in the assets I can just quickly paste it there and pick it up. Okay, so the reason we're applying a sound class to the different audio files is because we have sound effects and then we have music, and the reason we need two different sound classes is when we're in the main menu on the system settings, when the player's adjusting their preference for audio levels, each slider is going to be related to either the sound class for music or the sound class for sound effects, which is why we're going through and just defining this, what class they're related to. Okay. So it won't take long. Okay, just double check that. So that one's there. No, oh my god, that one's got the music. That one's got the music. I've got a bit of OCD. Once I've done something, it's like I have to double check it's done for my own peace of mind. I think that's OCD. I mean, there's so many things about me that I'm just like, yeah, that's a little bit of OCD. Right. So we have created in our audio folder. We have created the 2 sound classes. Now what we need to do is we need to do a sound class mixer. Okay, so what I'm going to do, this is from my other project. So you see here we've got SCM music. So the SCM file naming format is kind of like sound class mixer. Okay, so what is this? Oh yeah, okay, sound class music, yeah. Okay, right, so I'm going to, in here, so we're going to create SCM, let's do SCM music, so audio, and it's going to be sound class mix. So it's going to be SCM music. Okay, I double click this, and then you can see here, if I just get up my other project, you can see the values 0. So at the moment, we don't want a fade in time. That's why I set that to 0. The same for the fade out time. Okay. So those values are matching. And the reason why I've got my other project open is so that, because I've already done this before, I want to make sure I'm following the exact same setup. So if I click that sound class effects drop down, we've got one array element. So I'm going to add one. And then if I click to drop down there and the drop down on the index, we can see the difference there. So I need to choose the sound class music. Okay. So basically this mixer is going to be controlling the music. And you can see the settings here. 20,000. That's all the same. Okay, so I can now close that one, save the sound class music for that one, and then we just create another one, and this is going to be for the sound effects. So mix, so it's going to be SCM underscore sound effects. Okay. I'll just open up another project. It's probably going to be the exact same. Okay, and you can see there we have 0, 0, 1, 0. So just make that 0, 0. Those at the bottom are matching. So we're going to add an array, and this is going to be the SFX sound class. Okay, and again, same settings here. We've got the 20,000. That's perfect. So I can close that from the other project, save that, and boom, we have our sound class music, sound class FX. So next up, what I want to do, I want to, for the narrative level, I want to play some music. So I'm going, in my other project, I'm just going to, in the maps, survival, I'm going to open the level blueprint, and there should be something. Where was the thing that handled the music playing? I would have thought that was. Maybe it's on the player. Bear with me. Or was it the game mode? Okay, it was in the game mode. So I did this right, okay. So the game mode draws the HUD. So if I come in here. Where's the HUD being drawn from? Is it a top-down map? Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, in my other project, I drew the HUD in the game mode, whereas in this one, I did it in the level. It's not a problem. Still works. So what I'll do then is I'll go into the top-down game mode and put that up there. And we're going to do oh, that's a little bit annoying. Tell you what, we'll put that up there. And we'll just spawn a sound. If I just go into my music temporarily, assets, music, looping. If I set the music to looping, yeah. If I just do that quickly for all of them, looping, save, looping, save, looping, save. Okay, they're all saved to loop. So this is for the gameplay itself. So what I need to do is just spawn a sound 2D. So spawn sound 2D. Oh, sorry. Let's add a sequence. We'll just plug that one in there. Move that up there. Spawn sound 2D. The asset is going to be... Oh, where was it? I think it was... Let's fight. Oh yeah, we'll go for that one. Okay. Right, so that's the sound we're going to spawn. We don't want to auto destroy it. Oh, actually, let's see if that works. Awesome! Dude! A bit of life to the game. Okay. Oh, hey, dude. Sorry, I've just seen your message. Sorry, I've got two projects open on both my monitors. So I've got this one you're seeing, and then on my other screen I've got a different project. So sometimes it's like I need a third monitor for streaming, so I can actually see the chat. Because it's yeah, I think I need to get a third monitor. Um, Well, I'm using this version specifically because I'm studying video game design at university, and we have to use this specific engine. I would recommend it. It's fantastic. I'm using 5.2.1. There are even newer versions, but I definitely recommend it, dude. It's fantastic. Um, I have seen some tutorials I found last year. I think a few of those were actually from Unreal Engine 4, so it has come a long way, but I definitely recommend jumping to 5. Don't be afraid. It's got tons to offer. Absolutely tons to offer. Um, I need to add in a sound effect. Right, we're going to add in a sound effect now, guys, for the player shooting. Okay, so in here, in the event begin play of the top down mode, I'm just going to give this a comment and call it play level music, play music for the gameplay. Give that a nice green colour. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, go to 5, dude, because they're always releasing new versions. Like I don't even know what number it's at the moment, but it's kind of best to stay up to date with it because there's going to be so many fixes and improvements and new features. UE4's quite, I don't know how old, but 5's amazing. Uh, just go for it. I also stream some Unity game dev as well. I don't know if you use Unity. Um, I'm making 3 games at the moment. This is a group project. It's a Space Invaders style game. I'm making a 2D platformer in Unity, and I'm going to be making an idle clicker in Unity. Those 2 Unity games are solo projects, but I've been doing quite a lot of work in both engines. So, and if you're ever interested, I don't know how experienced you are. I only started game dev September last year, but I stream all of my game dev and I post all of my game dev streams to my YouTube channel, so they're kind of like archived there if anyone wants to watch them back or find some topic that I'm doing. Might give you some help or something. Who knows? Yeah, it's nice, yeah, but it's a ton of work. Like very late nights, and I don't know about yourself, but when I'm in engine working, time flies by. Like I've been doing 2.5 hours today, and it doesn't feel like it. Like I don't even think about food. I'm just in the zone. I'm focused. I love it, and I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember the last time I actually played a video game for fun, for relaxing. Like I'm just always building things at the moment, but it's so rewarding. It really is. Right, I wanted to add in a sound effect for the player shooting the projectile. So I'm just going to go back into where I was, which was the blueprints, the top-down game mode. I'm just going to copy this tiny bit of code there, and we're going to go into the player thing here, and where we get the projectile, where we're spawning a projectile, I'm basically going to add on the spawn 2D sound, and it's going to be in my asset sound effects, and I think it was... I made all these sound effects myself, by the way. They were made using JSFXR. So I'm looking for projectile, not enemy. That's it. Do you hear that? That's the players shooting, and then that's the projectile hit. And then we have enemy defeated as well. Okay, so when the player shoots a projectile, we need to spawn this sound. So I'm going to drag that to there, and it should destroy itself. It's not set to looping, so save that and plug that in there, and then let's see it in action, guys. You have to bear in mind, this is Greybox at the minute. We have artists that are making the models for the enemies. Oh, that's cool. Dude, oh, I love it. It's just coming to life. I love it. So good. So good. Okay, that is the spawn projectile. So now what we need to do is we need to go to the enemy blueprint in here. Okay. Oh wait, sorry, we need to go into the right, hold on a minute. Where's the code that destroys the enemy? Destroy actor. So if the projectile hits them, destroy actor. So I think in here, just after the destroy actor, I'm going to slot in the enemy destroyed. So I'm going to expand the comment. I'm going to select that code and shift it along. And then we're just going to plonk that in there. That's quite big, so I'm going to make room. So this is when an enemy is destroyed. So, enemy destroyed. Okay. Let's just check that. What? I think we might need to plug that in before. Maybe that's why that wasn't working. Yeah, so because I put that code in, do you see what happened there? I'll just explain why that happened. Because I placed the spawn sound after destroy actor, this whole code, the moment this actor is destroyed, this whole code is gone. This instance of the enemy is gone. So you need to put the sound before you destroy the actor. Yeah? Right, so we have that sound effect playing. We also need to have a sound effect when the player projectile hits anything. Either whether that's a boundary or an enemy. So you're going to get two sounds spawning if the projectile hits an enemy, because you're going to get the projectile hit and then the enemy destroyed. Now, for the eyeballs, those spheres at the moment are going to be eyeball enemies. So we're going to have like an enemy that's a gargoyle that's got 2 hits before it's dead. So in that instance, it's going to be fine, you know, with the sound effects. Well, this is the first time I'm making a top-down game, dude. It was a little tricky when I first started, you know, because we had an issue with the player camera, but that's all resolved. But yeah, this is a group project, this one. So we've got some... It's like a different take on Space Invaders. It is going to be pretty fun. So yeah, it's good. It's really good. We've got some awesome models coming. I'm going to be doing... I don't know how long you're going to stay tuned in for, but in a moment, after I've added in the second sound effects, I'm going to be jumping into the UI and doing the system settings that control the player's audio settings and saves it to file. So whenever they've said, yeah, I want the volume of the sound effects and music at this level, you click apply, it saves it to a save file. Next time the game's loaded, it remembers the volume that the player saved. And then I'll be doing a power up as well. I'm going to be adding in some power ups that spawn. So yeah, it's going to be fun times. So what I need to do, I need to just copy this sound code there. So I'm happy that's when the enemy's defeated, we play the enemy defeated sound effect. So now I need to go into the blueprint for the projectile, and in the event it overlaps. So I'm going to expand this code. And do you remember... Oh, hey, thanks for following, bro. Thanks for following. Yeah, go for it. Dude, I'm not a programmer, as in I'm not a hard coder. I don't know C++, C#, anything like that. We're being taught how to use visual scripting. So this drag and drop method of coding, which it's still coding, it's just kind of on the surface coding, whereas hard coders I refer to as like under the bonnet, you know, like they do the hard code, I do the visual code. But yeah, no, feel free. I am streaming a lot of game dev, and yeah, the streams are really long sometimes. So hopefully you might pick something up. I find the community is really welcoming and warm. I've got quite a few followers that tune into the game dev streams, and they help out with code at times. It's really, really nice community. You know, everyone working together, helping each other. It's really nice. Right, so I'm going to drop in my sound effects. What was it? The projectile hit. There we go. See that? So I'm just going to drag that onto there. And then we can just test that. So if I go to the far left and shoot, if it hits the wall, it should destroy. One thing I'm noticing is the volume of that particular sound effects is quite large and it outdoes the enemy defeated. So I think I want to increase the volume of the enemy defeated. Let's just try that. And I'm going to slightly reduce the level of projectile hit just by points to 0.7, I think. Let's try that again. That's good, isn't it? Nice. Okay, so I'm going to do one more thing, guys. So I've got a narrative start to the game, which is the storytelling. It just basically conveys the story for the character in the game. I just want to double check which music thing I'm going to use. Quite like that. I'm just listening to the music. I think this one. That's nice. That's a bit. It's got a bit of a sorrowful tone to it, hasn't it? Right. So what I'm going to do I'm happy with that and that. So the player projectile. When the player projectile hits something, we're playing the projectile hit. Yeah. And I've reduced the volume of that so it doesn't kind of drown out the enemy being hit. The eyeball has the destruction hit. We've got the player playing this sound effect when they spawn a projectile. So I'm going to go into the game mode and event begin play. Actually, if I just double check this, if I go into the narrative, okay, I see the issue there. So the music's been played in the top-down game mode, but we don't want that really. We want to do that in the level. That should be done in the level blueprint. So if I go to the top-down map, open up the level blueprint, it's in here where we should be playing that. So the music is relevant to the level, not the game mode. Because every time we're switching to a different map, it's still playing that because of the game mode. So in here, what we'll do is we'll just copy that and we'll paste that there, get rid of the sequence, make this a little bit larger. Oh, hold on, what's up there? That's the widget. Oh, okay, alright, not a problem. Let's put that in there, move that there. Oh, it needs to be a sequence, sorry. Hold on. Let me get rid of that, move that out of there, move that there. 1 second, top down game mode, I can get rid of that. Put that in there. Make the code nice and tidy. There we go. Perfect. Right, let's save that, close that in the top-down map. So we need a sequence. And that'll go in there. Spawn. Oh, whoops. Plug that to that. Nice and tidy code. Okay, so now I can move that there. And then there we go, I can move it around. So move that down to there. I like everything being nice and organised to the grid. I told you I have a bit of OCD, guys. Okay, so first sequence, the event begin play for top-down map. We create the HUD and we play the music. Okay. So if I just test that. Oh, why were the enemies spawning? What? That was weird. Did you see that? Just double check. That is the right one. 1 second. Player plays SFX projectile. SFX projectile hit. Yes. They just sound a little bit similar. Okay, so the top-down map. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to if I just open the narrative, which is the very start, that shouldn't have music playing. Perfect. Okay, so quit that. And then if we open the level blueprint for the narrative, put this up here, set the game mode. So is that event begin play as well? Yes, it is. Okay. So I'll paste that there. We will get rid of that and that. And we basically need to expand that. We need to plug that sequence. Let's get this code here and just shift that along. And we're going to put this sequence up the top there. Okay. And then we will drag in our spawn sound to here. Plug that in there, and we're going into our assets for the music, and we're putting in that song. Okay. So for the narrative, we're going to have that music playing. Compile, save. Let's test. Amazing. Okay, so we have the music in there. We have the music in there for the narratives. Now we need to go into the main menu. Main menu. Open level blueprint. Move that up there. Same again. We're going to... What sound are we going to play? What one did I like? There was one I really liked for... That's for main gameplay. I like that one. It's got a really cool, catchy for the main menu. It's pretty cool, right? Oh, I like that. Oh, there's too much choice. I'm going to go for loop 3. I really do like that one. I think that's really cool for like the main menu. Builds up the hype, you know. Okay, so we're going to drag this over here. Drag this down to make room for the sound box. Move that up there. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, so we're going to get this code. Move that across. So we're going to be adding, oh, it needs to be bigger. Okay, we're going to add a sequence. Just move that there. And then we'll move the music down there. Okay. Okay, let's give it a go. So if we go to our narrative, awesome. Now what's going to be amazing, right? If you were tuned in when I was creating the Soundclass mixer, because we have music playing and the menu, when I'm adjusting this, I don't need to give visual feedback to the player, because as they're adjusting this, the actual music volume is going to turn down. But for the SFX, when they're adjusting the slider, I can play a sound effect for feedback so they know the volume that's been changed. Okay, so I am just going to go for a quick bio break, guys. I'll literally be 30 seconds. Let me just look at my list of what I need to do. So finalize the system settings. So I'm just in my other project. So I'm just going to get up save data, save games, high score, save settings. Okay, all right. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back, and then we're going to jump into some UI, and it's going to be fun times. Okay, I'm back. I've still got enough coffee in my pot. Right. Thanks, dude. That's really kind of you to say that. Thank you. I can quick. I'll tell you what. Just to show you my other project, I'll show you my other one. Just so I can impress you. This is my first game I made. This one right here. This is. I'll quickly show you. It's got lots of UI and. It took me a couple of months to make this one. And it's got traps, got pickups, all sorts of stuff. I shouldn't really be showing this one when I'm working on a different game, but I just, yeah, this has got loads of bits, loads of stuff, and it's even got an AI wolf over here. This big bad wolf. I'll call him Wolfie. And then we've got this lake over here. Little passage. And then there's a puzzle in this cave. And then you eventually get up to the top of here, and you have to light a bonfire, and then game complete, basically. So yeah, this is my other project. This is the one that I'm looking at the stuff I've already programmed in this one. And the UI in this one is a little bit different. But anyway, that's the other game that I made. And that's the one I've got up at the moment because I'm looking at the settings. So basically, what we're now going to do... yeah, that's the first game I made. I put a lot of hours into that. I have no idea how many. Maybe, I don't know if it was 100 hours, maybe more. I spent a lot of time on it. Very proud with it. But anyway, the UI. So at the moment, if I just quickly show you the UI, the new game plays the game. Quit will, like if I do that and press P, go back to the main menu. Yeah. So this is what I'm going to be doing, this section here with the sliders. But the first thing I need to do is I need to create a save file. And this save file is essentially going to save the player's settings to file. Specifically the audio settings. The game, basically, on my main menu, the graphics and resolution are like inbuilt engine settings that it remembers, whereas the sound effects levels are customly set and saved in a save file that I have to make. Okay. So in my blueprints, I'm going to create a folder called save data. Okay. And in here, I'm going to make a blueprint. Hold on a minute. I think it was save. If I put save game. Okay, so this one is going to be called blueprint, save, settings. Okay, so it's going to remember the settings that the user has chosen. So we're going to open this up and we're going to create two variables. The first is going to be audio, music, settings. This is going to be a float, and the default value for that is going to be 0. Okay, and then we're going to do another one, and this is going to be audio SFX settings. Same again, a float, and the variable value is going to be 0. Okay, and it's that simple. That's all we need to do for the BP save settings, because this is like a save file, so that the whatever code we do will kind of access the variables in this save file and just keep everything safe in there. Okay, so I'm going to close that now, and now I'm going to, bear with me, I'm going to go in my other project, go to the UI menu, settings. Okay, so this is where it's going to get a little bit complicated. Not too complicated. Well, it's, the code may look a little bit scary, but don't be scared. Do not fear. Okay, so this is my widget for the main menu. You can see we've got all the things here. There's quite a lot going on the hierarchy over the left-hand side here. And what we're going to be focusing on is these two things, guys. Can you see at the bottom left there? We've got a slider for the music and a slider for the SFX. Okay. So I'm just going to... 1 second. Okay, yeah, right. So we've got some code here. I'm just looking at my... Okay. Okay, so there's something we need to do on the... not on the narrative map, but on the main menu map. We need to do something in the level blueprint, okay? And yeah, it's going to be slot name save settings. Okay, so what we're doing, we haven't done this just yet, but essentially just watch what happens. So does a save game exist? just bear with me. Load, create, save game. Yeah, okay, got you. Right. So I'm just going to explain what this section is going to be doing at the moment. So we're in the main menu, like the map. We're in the blueprint for the map of the main menu. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be checking if there's a save file that exists for save settings, which is the user-defined audio settings. If there are, we're going to load it from the slot, and we're basically going to set those volumes, okay? Because at the moment, as you know, there is a music track that plays the moment we're on the main menu. So if there is a save file, it's going to affect the volume of that. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do this step by step so you guys can follow along. So at the moment on the sequence, we have the game mode being set up the top there. I'm going to drag this down because we're going to need a bit of room for this. Drag that along there. Okay. And if I put that there. So this plays the music. This at the top sets it to user interface interaction from the player. Okay, so they can't start playing the game. As in, moving a character or anything. It's literally just mouse input. Okay, so we're going to add to the sequence. I'm just going to make this a bit more spacious. Okay, and then we're going to drag off of this pin here, and we're going to do a does save game exist check. Okay, I feel like that needs to go along a tiny bit more. I don't like how the lines are getting a little bit mashed together. Let's put that there, and let's put this one. I don't like it when the streams cross. That's a bit tidier, isn't it? There we go. Okay, so does a save game exist? And the name we're looking for, I like to set it as save settings. So at a glance, it's quite easy. Just look at it. Oh, okay, we're looking to see if there's any save settings from the user. So we're now going to have a branch come off of this, okay? And the condition is that a save file exists. If it does, and it's true, we're going to load game from slot. And it's going to be that we're going to be the save settings that we're loading. And what we're going to do is we're going to cast to BP save settings. That's the blueprint I just made, guys. So the return value plugs into that. Okay, and then from there, right, pay attention to this bit. We are going to set sound mix class override. Make some space. I might be able to shrink that down. And what we're going to do is we're going to get audio music settings, which is the float that we set up, remember? And this plugs into the volume. I can move that just up there, and we can move this back a little bit. Okay. We're not going to have a fade in time, so that's going to be 0. Now, the sound class mix modifier is going to be the sound class music one that I made. Ignore this. What is that? Duck normal attack. Strange. So we're going to be getting the sound class mix that I made. Okay. And you can see one's called music, one's called SFX. So we're handling the music first. And it's in the sound class for SFX that I made. See? So SC sound effects. No, sorry, apologies. That's what I mean. You've got to pay attention. We're doing the music. So sound class music. Okay? That's that one done. And then off of this node, we need to push sound mix modifier. And that is going to be the music. Okay. So that's the music being handled if there is a save file for the music from the player. Next up, I can move this back a tad actually. So next on this string of code, we're going to expand it a little bit more. And we are going to do the same. So we're going to come off of this one. And we're going to set sound mix class override. And from here, we're going to get SFX, audio SFX settings. And this one is plugging into the volume of this. 0 fade in time. And this is going to be the sound class mix for the SFX. in the sound class SFX. So SFX, 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 music, music, music. Okay, I'm going to tidy the node so it looks a bit more presentable. There we go. Nice and tidy, guys. It's nice to have tidy code. Okay, and then again on that we're going to push sound mix modifier, and that is going to be the sound effects. Okay, and that is all we need to do for the main menu. So I can now just shrink that up the top there, bring that back a tad. Okay, so for the main menu, we set it to UI only. We play the music, and if there's a save file, we basically set the music volume based on that. Okay, that's what we're doing in that code. So I believe I can now close that window. So we're going to close the main menu, and then we're going to go into the graph of the main menu. Now you can see there's a hell of a lot of code that I've done. It is, if I don't say so myself, nice and organized. Okay, so let me just have a look. I'm in my other project that I told you about, that I just showed you. So if I just scroll to the top here, this bit here, that loads the settings. Okay, all right, this is where it's going to get tasty. Right, so hold on. I keep getting messages. Bear with me, guys. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I'm just responding to a couple of messages. Sorry. Okay, right. So I'm just in my other project at the moment. So in the event construct, this is what I was telling you about, where it... No, it's not scary. Do you not use blueprints then? Do you do the C++ coding? The blueprints are really easy. Like once you've played around with it, it's visually easy to follow the code. With the way the nodes connect and the lines, you can look at it and see how the code flows. It's really, and it's nice and neat as well. And yeah, everything's kind of color coded, and yeah, it's nice. But this is the code for the main menu, the settings. It's a little bit complicated, but not too much. I've seen scarier code. Don't worry. Okay, so at the top here, where I'm just following my other code. So this is to do with the visibility of the buttons. Ignore that first section. This is the bit we want to focus on, the get game user settings. So we're loading all of those settings. This is to do with the resolution. This one is to do, this bit here with the green, is to do with the graphics. This blue section here is to do with the resolution. And the bit we're just going to add on the end here is going to basically be doing the loading the game from slot. So I'm going to drag off a node here and do load game from slot, and it's going to be the save settings. And if you remember, if I go on here, open the level blueprint for the main menu, make sure that all of the names match. The slot name, it has to match. If you do a spelling error, it won't work. It has to be the exact same. Everything has to link up. So I'm just going to copy that. So and just paste it. Peace of mind. There we go. It's the same. Okay. Okay. So we're going to. What you need to do as well with the resolution pins, you need to make sure that the execution node all plug in to this. So whatever resolution setting the player chose, you know, the final execution pin will go to the load game from slot and get the save settings. So we're going to cast to BP save settings, and we're going to connect that in there, and then we are going to get the slider for the music. Get the slider for the music, and we're going to set value, target being the slider. Okay. And we drag that there. So we're loading the save settings. We are casting to the BP save settings. And then from the save settings, we're going to get music settings. And this value plugs into this value. So basically what the code is doing is it's looking at the variable that we created for the music, which is a float. It's reading that value, and then it's setting that value on the slider for the music. Okay, so that's the music. See, I've got the slider music and the audio music. So that's that bit done. Now I'm going to make a bit more space, and then we need to do the same. So we're going to get the slider for the SFX, and just make sure it's on the same line, and we're going to set value just like that. And then from the save file, we're getting that data. So get SFX settings. Yeah. And then this plugs into there. And then we'll just add a node to make that nice and tidy. Straighten that up. There we go. And there we have it, guys. So that section there is basically saying if there's a save file, load it. That's what it will do. So it will load the settings, and set the sliders at the appropriate setting. Okay, so I don't need to shrink that. I can maybe close this end a tad, compile and save. So that is the loading bit done. Right, so now I need to do a couple of more sections here. Bear with me, guys. Where's the apply bit? Apply, here we go. Right, so I need to... Okay. Okay, right, so I need to create two floats, guys. So you see we're in the widget for the main menu at the moment. I now need to create two floats. One's going to be the current volume music, and one's going to be the current volume SFX. Okay. So I just have a drink of my coffee. Right, so let me just remember. I think the blue was to do with the settings because I color coded this. So green is what to do at the start. I use green to refer to loading or at start. So at a glance, I know, oh, okay, green is what's happening at the very beginning. Orange takes us to the game, new game, and that was kind of meant to be a red color for quitting. So all of this blue section is to do with the system settings. So what I'm going to do, guys, the apply is the very last thing on there. So I'm just going to move this all down. We need to make a fair bit of room for the music settings. Okay, so this bit is to do, yeah, shows the settings, it hides the settings when the controls are clicked. So this section here handles the graphics, this section here handles the resolution, and then this bit here, if I just show you on the main menu, those two sections here are handled. So we're going to be doing the music and the sound effects. I love that music, dude. That's so cool. Okay, so right, let's do those two floats I mentioned. So, by the way, guys, all of these images and things, you don't need to worry about these. These are temporary things. I pieced together a grey box UI, so a lot of these will disappear because I'm going to be designing the UI interface, like how it looks, like the, you know, creating the art for it. So let's go back up to here. So the variables, we're going to create one called current volume music, and this is going to be a float. And the current volume, we're going to set that to 1. So by default it will be normal volume, okay? And then we need to create another variable, and this is going to be current volume SFX. Compile and save. You need to compile it in order to see and set the value. Okay, so you can see there, clicking between both of those, the current volume, the default value is 1, the same for the music. Compile, save. Right, so now we have those variables in place. We can now add in the code. So I'm going to do a on value changed. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry. I know what I need to do. Apologies. I need to go onto the designer. I need to click here and scroll down to this. You see here, I've selected the slider on the widget. And down the bottom right here, where we have events, I'm clicking the on value changed, and we click the plus. And then boom, that's what I needed. So we're going to move this up to here where I made room. Okay. And if I just put that there. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the current volume. We're going to set the current volume of the music. And plug that in there. Okay, and we're going to set sound mix class override, and it's going to be for the sound class mixer for music. and the sound class music. Okay. No fade in time, so that's going to be 0. Fade in time means it will start from 0 and go up to 1 over. It's like a fade in, fade out kind of thing, and we don't want that. And then we're going to push sound mix modifier. And this is going to be the sound class mixer for music. And that is all we need to do for that little bit of code. Just going to move that back a tad. And, oh, sorry, off of this goes into the volume. Okay, don't forget to plug that in. Okay. Right, now on my other project, if I just show you the other project so you can see the code. If I just show you this, you can see here, this section I've highlighted. This on mouse begin capture is what we will use in the sound effects. So when the player is clicking the slider, it will basically play something so that they get feedback on the volume being adjusted. We don't need to do this for the music because we already have a music track playing. So when we adjust the slider, that will automatically increase and decrease as we adjust the slider. So I don't need to do this section here. Okay, I'm going to read your comment in just a second, dude. Let's see what you just said. Oh, do you mean my compiler's really fast? I'm not sure. I mean, I built my rig. It cost me 3,300 British pounds. I did that last year because I was starting university and studying computer game design. So I needed a good rig. I also do a lot of work with 4K video and images. So I need a good rig. Not just for gaming, like it's an all-in-one powerhouse, but it's very powerful. I think I've got 128 gig of RAM, and I think the graphics card is 6 gig. It's a 4070 Ti Super. I've got the top of the range. Is it i9? I think. I need to add a spec on my Twitch profile so you can see what spec I've got. But yeah, I don't know if it compiles fast or slow. I don't have anything to compare it to be honest. Right, so have a NASA computer. Definitely not NASA, dude. Right, so this section for the music is done. So what I need to do is just copy the comment I put there. We're going to put a comment box around this. Okay, and I'm going to give it the same blue color. Copy the hex linear and just paste that in there. So that's to do with the user adjusting the music. Next, we're going to do the sound effects. So it's going to be very similar, guys. So what we need to do, compile, save. We're going to go back to the designer and we're going to do the same. We're going to select our SFX slider and scroll down on the details, and we're going to click the on value changed event. And there we have our event. So if I just zoom out, I can bring this up the top. And we're going to basically kind of repeat the code as above, but we're going to add something extra, and I will explain why. So what we're going to do, we're going to set the current volume. We're going to get our float that we made, the variable, apologies. We're going to set that variable. Okay. And then again, we're going to set sound mix class override. we're going to plug the output from setting the current volume SFX to the volume, and the fading time is going to be 0. We can shrink those back so they're in line with that one above. That's roughly in line. And then we're going to push sound mix modifier, and it is going to be the sound class mix for the SFX that we made. Okay. Now, remember I said with the music we didn't need to do anything with the player touching the slider because there's already music playing in the background. But for the sound effects, we don't have any sound effects playing at the moment. So we need to give feedback to the player that when they're adjusting the slider, they know the volume it's been set to. So what we need to do is when the mouse is touching the slider and the user is interacting with it, we're going to spawn a sound to give feedback. Okay. So for this, we are going to go to the designer, and we've still got the slider for the sound effects highlighted. We're going to scroll down on the details, and where we've got on mouse capture begin, we're going to click there to create the event. Okay, and there we have it on mouse capture begin, slider SFX. So I'm going to just make that in line with that because I've got OCD. We're going to move that down just about, that's a nice spot. And we're going to spawn sound 2D. And the sound we're going to spawn, what sound shall we play when the player clicks? Let's have a look. I don't know which one to go for, because you saw when I was setting this up, I manually adjusted the sound of the enemy dying because the projectile hitting sound effect was slightly larger. So it's kind of like, let's just go for that one. We're going to drag this onto there. Okay. And what we're going to do is we are going to auto destroy that. Yeah. So we play that sound effect. And then so volume 1, start time 0. Yeah, that's all good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the designer, and we're going to scroll down again on the details, and we're going to get the event on mouse capture end. So when the player stops interacting with the slider, we click that, and then we get the end, and we're going to drag this up, and we're going to place that in line. We're going to drag it down, get that there, and then we're just going to get a stop. Oh, hold on. If we drag off of this one and get a stop, basically we don't need to get that pin. What we want to do is just plug that into there. And there we go. So we'll be giving the player feedback for interaction with the slider there, guys. And that's all the code for the slider. So I'm just going to drag around here and press C. Copy that color. Move that down just a tad. And that's it. So that is the music sliders. Okay. Now we can test this quickly. So if I go in, can you hear that? One second. Current volume sound effects. Bear with me. You can hear that one. That's my other project, right? When we're clicking that, it gets quieter or louder. So why on this one, sound effects, the volume, let's try that again. It's the same level. Why is that not? Oh, you numpty. That's why it's not working. I'm such a numpty. Look here, guys. Can you see the problem? I didn't choose this. What a numpty. There I was thinking I'd done something wrong. I hadn't set the mixer and the sound class modifier in there, guys. What a numpty. Now it should work. Oh my god. Perfect. You hear that? See? It's working. Whey! Success! Okay. Right. Fantastic. Now we have done that section handles the sliders. Now remember, we were setting up the save file. Okay. Now this is going to be very, very simple. We've already done the load. If I show you, on the top where we had this section where we load those settings, yeah. What we're now going to do is we're going to be, when the player clicks apply, we're going to save the settings that they have defined on the menu, okay? So we're going to go down to the end of this code, the bottom, which is this bit here, applies and sets game settings based on user preference. Okay, so at the end of so this section here, these first 4 parts are basically to do with the engine settings. So we can't kind of create a separate file for those. They're saved in the system, okay? But the sound settings we've just done. Oh, Korea, cool, dude. Nice. Oh, okay, take care, dude. Thanks for tuning in and following. Get some rest. And like I say, I'm doing a lot of streaming at the moment, so I'm sure I might see you around again. Hope you've learnt something new, maybe. But I will see you in the next stream, dude. Take care. Thanks for watching. Okay, right, let's add in the last section to this bit of code. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have to make this a little bit bigger. I'm just going to drag that down there and expand this. Okay, so what we're going to be doing after the apply settings, we're going to be creating a save file, save game object. Okay, and this is going to be from the BP save settings that we made. Okay, and then we're going to need a sequence. Oh, actually, I'm just going to bring this code down a bit. I actually need to make this even bigger. Okay, so from here, we're going to create a sequence. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hold on. Right, yeah, we're going to set audio music settings. So we're going to set the audio music settings within the save file for the save settings. Okay. So create a save game object, which will be our save settings, and within that save file we are accessing the music settings, and we're going to set those. And from the variable we created on the left hand side here to do with the main menu settings, we're going to get the current music volume. We're going to get that variable, and we're going to plug that into our music settings there. Okay, and then off of the first sequence, we're just going to move this across. This is going to be step 1. Okay, and then we're going to need to do the same. So off of here, from the blue pin, the return value of the save game object, we're going to set the audio SFX. So we're going to set that, okay? And we're going to get the current volume SFX, and that will plug in there. And is that in line? Yes, it is. Okay, and then this will be the second part of the sequence. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to drag off of the return pin from the create save game object, and we're going to save game to slot. Save game to slot. And off of the execute pin from setting the music settings, plugs into that, and the same for the audio sound effects settings. Okay. And remember, the slot name needs to be the same. And up the top here, remember, we're just going to copy that. I always like to copy it, so if you typed it and you did make one little spelling error, it's not going to work. So I like to copy it for peace of mind. We scroll down and we're going to paste that information in there. Save settings. There we go. Okay. And I believe that's it, guys. So if I just bring that back, and I can move this code up now a little bit more. Shrink that a tad. And we can move this up. Why is that one not on the line? That's annoying me. Got to be on the grid. There we go. There we have it, guys. So at the game, main menu being started, we've got the green to reference that. I might actually change the color of this to be red, because it's not even red. Why is that like? Oh, there we go. That's better. Red. There we go. Red for quit. Orange for starting the game. Green for at the very, very start of the user settings. I can actually also see now what's really cool, you can actually watch the save file being generated to test it works. So just double checking everything is in there. Everything is sorted, guys. That's all good to go. Let's test it. Right, so that's at maximum. If I leave that in the middle, click apply. There we go. So now if I go back, right, see that's in the middle and that's at the end. If I go back, if I quit, and if I reopen the game, it will be at the same place. There we have it. Okay. If I do the same again. So they're both towards the bottom. Apply. Back. Quit. Do the same again. So remember them. There it is, guys. Now, if I have that there, right, if I click apply, it saves it. If I was to delete that save file on my system, these bars are going to be reset, and I'm just going to prove that. So they're in line with the S of audio settings, right? So if I click back, quit, if I delete that save file from my system and play. Oh, it's remembered that. Okay. Okay, so what we need to do then, one second. Bear with me. Okay, so I know why it's doing that, guys. So essentially in the load phase, we're loading from the slot, and if there isn't anything there, like you saw what happened there, essentially I deleted the save file, so it's going to 0 by default because that is the default value of the things. So if I just show you on the blueprint for the save data, the default value is 0. So if I was to set that to 1 and 0.5, compile, those values should be 1, maximum music, half sound effects. No. Okay. Right, so what we need to do, if I put that at 0 then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a check here. Right, we're going to put a check in here, guys, because you see what's happening. If by default the music's already playing, so it doesn't make sense for sliders to be on 0. So what we want to do is we kind of want to have the slider's default volume, like without overcomplicating this. If I just show you, right, the sliders are at 0, but their default value should be 1. We want them to be at 1. If I apply, quit, right, it remembers them. Yeah? If I set them at that, apply, back. It remembers it. If I apply, back, quit, there. Alright, so if I delete that save settings and play, I think it's going to be at 0. Yeah. So to get away from that problem, this is just a fine-tuning bug fix more than anything, guys. I'm going to put in a node here because at the start, this is before anything else happens, we're loading the game from slot. If there's nothing there, it hasn't got any value to set the sliders to. So I'm going to do a branch check. I'm going to make some room here. So we're going to check, does save game exist? Okay. And then we're going to have a branch. The condition being, does one exist? If one does, so we're going to plug these into here. If a save file does exist, then load it. Yeah? So that's going to be the first port of call. So on the main menu being loaded, we're loading the settings, and then within that code line, we're checking if a save game exists. If one does, then we set the value of the slider for the music and the sound effects based on that save file. But if there isn't a save file, we want to set the value to normal, so they look maximum. Yeah? So if one doesn't exist, we're going to set the value. So I'm going to copy these two and paste them here and set the value to 1. So if a save file doesn't exist, we will do that. So if that's false, right, so if I can now test that. If I just open up my folder again, so I haven't got any save file in there at the moment because I manually deleted it from my system. So now they should be at maximum. Boom! Right, I'm not saving. It's remembered where I... So if I go back in, they're at maximum. So if I do, say, half on the music, roughly about that, middle on the sound effects, about low on the music, save that, apply, back, quit. And it's remembered them. Right, now if I manually delete that save file it's just created, and if I go back in, excellent, problem solved. Whoop whoop. Pat yourself on the back. That's how we do it, baby. So that's all set up, guys. That is the music done. The whole system settings is done. In terms of functionality, I can tick that one off of the list. And yeah, it's nice to keep testing it, like just to see it working. It's really, really nice. So if I delete that save file and just play, there we have it. That's really rewarding just to see that in work. And if we just go back to the narrative, so basically game start. Now there's one final thing I can do with the menu, which is to add a click sound effect, which I made. So when a player clicks any button, they'll get feedback. So I need to add that in. I'll just make a note of that. Add click sound effects to all buttons on UI. finalize system settings, sound music done. Okay, cool. Oh, dude, it's coming to life, baby! It's coming to life! Oh, I love it! I love it! Right, I'm going to call it there, guys, because I need to go and eat. I've literally been streaming for 4 hours solid because I'm a machine. I'm a machine that doesn't stop. So I need to eat. I need to take a little break. But I will be back because I need to program 2 power-ups. So I have 2 power-ups to make. One is going to be a bomb. So the player creates a bomb, he throws it forward, and it will basically be spawned at the similar to how the projectile works, and then it will move forward. And when it collides with enemies, it will basically toggle almost like a radius. We'll have it create like a sphere collider, and then the bomb will basically implode. And we need to... It's going to be quite cool how we're going to do this, to be honest. So the player will spawn the bomb. It will just basically be created at the point that the projectile is normally created. And then we'll have it move south. So south on the game screen. So south of the player's position towards the enemies. And then when the bomb hits something, we will have it basically kind of create this almost spherical radius effect. So I could use the Niagara effects. Yeah, it's going to be interesting how to do this, but essentially anything that is within that radius would be destroyed. So again, it also will affect the balancing. Like, you don't want too many enemies being destroyed by it. You don't want the game to be made really easy. So I think what might be fairest is maybe a 3x3 radius. And I know that the enemies are roughly, well, they are 300 units apart. So that's one power up I have to do. And the other power up is basically it's a multi-shot power up. So basically the player would shoot 2 projectiles. So that's going to be really, really easy to do. Because I could just have 2 projectiles spawn side by side. So we'd have a Boolean check. So if the player has pickup set multi-shot enabled, and then it's basically, they're all going to be Booleans, and then you would have, like, on the creating a projectile instance, you would say if Boolean check is active, then create 2 projectiles. So anyway, I'm going to take a break. Be sure to tune back, guys, because I'm going to program these 2 power-ups, and that's going to be really fun to make, and I think you guys might enjoy it. So yeah, if you haven't already, do go and follow on Twitch if you enjoyed the stream and you want to see more. I do a lot of game dev streaming at the moment. You can also subscribe on YouTube. In the panel below will take you to my channel. I post all of my game dev streams there, so they're archived, so you can watch back anything that you might be interested in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining in today. Hope you've enjoyed it. I will be back in about an hour to an hour and a half's time with some more game dev. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I'll